Do some drawing for now. Hello. First time is consensual, second is habit, third is obsession. Uh, well, we're on the fourth, so it's not even. Hello, Patrick. Stay. Oh, wait. I have not seen you here before, Patrick. Looks like Photoshop. This is Clip Studio. It's in Japan, it's called Manga Studio. It's a program in which manga artists draw manga. It's a dedicated software for making comic books, and you can make animation in here as well. It has pretty good tools for making animation, hand-drawn animation. Wait, Patrick, have you? Yeah, apologies. Maybe I should not have read out loud. I should be careful about stuff like that. Wait, is this your first time watching stream? Also, I should. I've been using models. Look, I'll show you. Pose. These dolls have been very useful for me to do stuff. It's a little bit of a cheat, but you know what? It's helpful. Oh, Dr. Unstoppable. Hello. How are you? We might do some. I've been told on Discord to address the Ukraine thing, the rhetoric that's been festering in certain parts. Yeah. Sunday stream has been going on for nearly almost 2 hours and somehow or whatever all about Ukraine. Yeah, what has he been saying about Ukraine on that stream? Like I'm telling you, it's just content for him. Mm, it's the same thing, you know. It's the same thing as with all the other topics. Always the same thing. It's just drama fuel, you know. Which is why I was hesitant to even. I just I've been hesitant to even get into this, you know? Does that make sense? Like I've been quite hesitant to get into this whole thing because this is not drama to me. He said a bunch of cool stuff, don't worry about it, Lucy. I mean, I do kind of worry about it because what President Sunday says represents a chunk of what the people that call themselves left leaning in English speaking countries argue, you know? I feel like there's this atmosphere of if I'm left leaning, then I should not be supporting Ukraine. And it's being perpetuated. There's this very Hassan Piker esque narrative about Ukraine. It's okay. Socialist only calls me a Nazi for not believing his theory about Expedition 33, but it's okay. I'm okay with being a Nazi in that way. President Sunday. But I mean, it's not about a disagreement with President Sunday per se. It's about um, a narrative that exists within the English-speaking left about Ukraine that I've been seeing time and time and time again, and it's been largely propagated by content creators such as Hassan Piker. This whole idea that actually Ukraine and Russia are fundamentally the same, that there's not really a clearly there's not really a clear side that is more in the right in the war, that actually supporting Ukraine is to support genocide in the Middle East, which is a pretty insane thing to say. There's been misinformation, there's been straight up lies spread about Ukraine. And what can I say? It's very alarming to me. Does that make sense? Like it's very disappointing when, and I will say, I mean, I guess I will use, say, President Sunday here. It is very disappointing when people like President Sunday that very much pride themselves on being well read on topics, on being well informed, on telling people that they should read more, that they should know what they're talking about, to be completely ignorant about the subject that, in this case, that he is talking about. It's very disappointing. Like on one of the streams, he was showing a headline of Zelensky approving, confirming that Ukraine has been shooting down drones in the Middle East. And from that headline, he said that Ukraine has been diverting aid from the West to attack Iran, which is completely false, or even to defend Israel. Ukraine has not been diverting aid from the West, and Ukraine has been sending interceptors that have been domestically created, domestically produced, in order to defend the infrastructure in the Gulf states that have asked Ukraine for help in exchange for support for Ukraine in turn. It's Oh yeah, and also Israel has been stealing grain from Ukraine, basically buying stolen grain. Yeah, even though they've been informed by Ukraine that it's happening and that you know, it's God, and I don't. And I am preparing. I maybe I will address this tomorrow on stream. I've been having a long conversation with people. I've been addressing this, talking with people on the voice chat of my Discord. You know, and I will be addressing this more coherently probably on tomorrow's stream, I want to make this into a coherent response, not to President Sunday per se, but a discussion about supporting Ukraine and being on the left, and a discussion about conscription. I don't even know if it's gonna be a video essay. I think I'll do just address it on stream in a live format. Vladimir says somehow Sunday turned into the hey, listen, here are some articles about how corrupt Ukraine is. Isn't it fascinating, guys? No, it's a bit worse. Because then Sunday basically says that Zelensky is a Nazi and Ukraine is a Nazi state. I mean, I always talk about Ukraine. Ukraine has been my big thing since the very beginning of the invasion. Ukraine is why I actually shifted my streaming to a more serious tone, because when I was VTubing, I've done basically only gaming, Final Fantasy 14 gaming, and very light content. And when the full-scale invasion started, even before, when I heard, right before the invasion, when I heard Putin's speech about history and about what should be done in Europe and about Ukraine, I shifted my content to a more history and more serious mm, direction. That was kind of like a turning point for my content before, because before that I did not feel confident to speak on these issues. But when I heard the level of disinformation that was given by Vladimir Putin in his speech, and I saw that there were people that said, "Oh, actually, he's making sense in this speech. He's not speaking total nonsense in this speech." I thought to myself, "Okay, no, I." People have so basic gaps in knowledge when it comes to these things that I actually do have to talk about history and things that I was not feeling confident that I should speak about before. Does that make sense? Yeah. Hello, Transform. Um, also, tonight I will be heavily e-begging because I'll be e-begging a lot tonight because I wrote an article and Mm, hold on. Mm, my article payment has been taken by debt collector because I have debt. So I'll be e-begging today because I was kind of um, depending on the article payment money, but it seems like I might not get it. I don't like the idea of standing with Ukraine or standing with Russia. It doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't allow for anyone's solutions. Uh, I do like the idea of standing with Ukraine. Like I will be blunt. Saying Talking about nuanced solutions in this case is like saying in 1939, I don't like the idea of standing with Poland or standing with Nazi Germany. It doesn't get us anywhere and doesn't allow for nuanced solutions. I'm sorry, there's no nuance to Russia invading and trying to erase Ukrainian people as a people, you know? What do you mean election observers in Ukraine? Yeah, but there's no side to pick here. There's a imperialistic country that is invading its neighbor in order to one genocide and erase a people, and then there's country defending itself from that. That's it. The solution is to drive Russia out of the country. That is the solution. I don't know why you're mentioning election observers. I don't know where this is coming from. I like it's like saying, listen, saying that your stand with Gaza is not really as solution oriented as saying that you should send, I don't know, election observers to Gaza, right? I don't know what's this in context to. I honestly don't know. I honestly not sure what the context is for this. If you want solutions, then you should be for sending aid to Ukraine. That's a solution based mentality. Hello, Greater Ain't. How are you? It's ridiculous. I'm not even talking about disagreements. I'm talking about harmful rhetoric being spread, right? I'm not talking about having a disagreement with any particular person, be it President Sunday, be it Hassan Piker, or anybody else. I'm talking about the prev, the spread of harmful narratives. Does that make sense? Hello, William Rando. Oh, have you been here before? It feels like I'm seeing you here for the first time. I'm sorry if I don't remember you. I I sometimes I forget names. But hello. I feel kind of bad. Why? Greater. I think you're missing the point of what I'm trying to do and say. Like I'm not even talking about anybody anybody's position being inherently bad or people being evil, or I'm talking about harmful rhetoric being spread, and I'm trying to tackle that rhetoric and the idea that being on the left wing is exclusive to being in support of Ukraine's defense against Russia, which seems to be an idea that is spreading in the left wing in English speaking countries for sure. Yeah, that's true, Vladimir. Oh, interesting. Dr. Unstoppable says Ukraine may be the good guy, quote unquote, it may not. Russia may be genocided, it may not. I haven't been convinced that it is. Yeah, because you don't know anything about the conflict. But frankly, to be frank, this kind of attitude is very privileged and insulting. It's like saying, you know, Poland might be the good guy, but it may not. Nazi Germany might be genocidal, but it may not. I haven't been convinced that it is. Like, okay, how much do you know about the conflict that you say that you haven't been convinced that it is or not? Do you know anything about the war? Do you know anything about the sides fighting? Do you know anything about this whole thing? I don't care to convince you. I'm sorry. My job is not to beg and convince individuals that don't really care about the thing and just sit pretty in the comfort of their home and they're like, yeah, I don't really care. This side might be bad, this side might be good. I don't, convince me, sell me this cup of water. Convince me as to why the biggest war since World War II you know, is meaningful in any way. Like it's silly. Like, you know what? ICE might be bad in the United States. Maybe the Trump administrations are the bad guys. Maybe the administration of Trump is the good guys. Maybe ICE is doing harm in the United States. Maybe it's not. You haven't convinced me. I'm not convinced that ICE is actually doing anything bad in the United States. Maybe Trump is a great president. I'm not convinced. You know? I don't know. Should we really be taking sides? I'm not really convinced on this. Like at this point, it's just willful ignorance. Yeah, a stupid way to see things, that we shouldn't take sides and stand on the side of X. That's just a silly way. That's a silly thing to say. Because if you cannot take a side, if you cannot take a stance, then you cannot think of solutions. I hate to say this to you. Sunday's arguments on Discord were based on all his anarchist political theory. I only know Plato, and so the arguments don't make any sense to me. I mean, it's just, yeah, we don't live in an anarchist world. Okay, we don't live in anarchism. We live in the, let's see where you're talking to. I'm talking to the YouTube chat. We live in the world of nation states. Let's say we're not an anarchist world. Okay, if we just apply this logic of conscription bad, for example, and people should just move, then I guess Russia has just free reign to invade any country. When Russia comes to Poland, I guess I should just move. Like, I'm sorry, but this whole idea of you should not take a stance, you should not really uh, align with any kind of thought, you should just not align with anything and you should look for solutions, is naive. Because the stance you take will inform the solutions that you will adopt. In the case of the Russian invasion, the solution is to drive Russia out of Ukraine. That is the solution. The solution is not to sign a peace deal that will demilitarize Ukraine, that will render it defenseless and open to a future invasion. Like it's like I'm hearing the not left, not right, only forward thing again. I'm not left leaning. I'm not right leaning. I just move forward. Everybody thinks that they're looking for solutions. It's not a matter of just looking for solutions. It's a matter of which solutions are the best of all the possible solutions. Everybody is thinking that they're just looking for solutions. It's a fact. Like it's like saying when it comes to people that want to force anti-trans legislation, and when it comes to trans people, we should not take sides. We should not be on the side of trans people. We should just look for solutions. How does that sound? Yeah, there's no such thing as standing with abortion. I am pro-choice. That is what you say. And there's no I stand with guns. And yes, I do think that you should absolutely say I stand with trans people. Yes. Not, I don't really stand with trans people when it comes to the issue of people wanting to legislate their rights away. I wouldn't really say that I stand with trans people or against trans people. Yeah, I think that we should just look for solutions. Mm, yeah, I don't think I'm on either side. Is that the stance that I should take on when it comes to human rights? Or homophobia. Where do I stand with on people being anti-gay and for people being pro-gay rights? I don't think I stand on either side of this. Yeah, I think I'm just for solutions. Yeah. Well, then you have picked a side. If you say there are a lot of people who don't stand with trans people, that is terrible and we need to do something about it, then you have picked a side. There you go. You have picked a side. You have just picked a side. Yeah. Look, I do that all for the proportions. See? It helps me to draw the full body things. I like it. I think the dolls have been helping me a lot with the poses. Milka. Wedel. Oh, Wedel used to be like a Polish company. Like I keep saying, just I stand with trans is only gatekeeping a community. It doesn't solve the problem, in my opinion. It mostly drives you away from who don't really agree. And I'm sorry, but you said you stood with you literally said you stood with trans people. You said there are a lot of people who don't stand with trans people and we need to do something about it. That is all but saying I stand with trans people. I'm sorry, but there's nothing open-minded about refusing to take a stance on issues. There's nothing open-minded about it. I'm sorry, but just deciding a stance for yourself and not taking a stance on issues openly is just cowardice. You don't get anything done by like that. Yeah, you absolutely should start with that stance. Do you think the right wing has won? Do you think Trump has won by saying, you know what? I don't really have a stance on immigration. I don't really have a stance on the border. I'm ambivalent on the border. Actually, my I ran for president on the stance that I'm not either on either side, and I think we should look for solutions. Yeah, that's how Trump got elected, by saying that he isn't on either side. It's silly. It's silly to just enter discussion while, oh yeah, I don't really have an opinion or stance on anything. I'm open to anything, really, yeah. Like it's whatever, nothing matters to me. It's silly. It's an untenable position to have. No, I don't think they're a great patrol, but I think I don't think they're a great patrol. He did not. He did not start with much more open-minded discussions on strategy when he started coming on Twitter, seen from 2009 and 2014. He's been saying the same things from the 80s. Trump has been saying the same thing since the 80s. So that is completely incorrect. Trump has not had this open-minded stance when he started. No. Trump has been consistent in his stance since the 80s. I've actually watched some of his conversations and speeches on stream from the 80s. So yeah, a lot of his stances has been established way back when he was still young. So no, that's actually incorrect. He has been the extreme outsider from the get-go. You probably have not just been paying much attention to Trump because people thought that he was a joke candidate for a long time. People assumed that Trump was a joke candidate. No, it has not. It really has not. He has been adopting the same language for years and years. But yes, I'm sorry to say, but this whole idea of you should come neutral and then that's not open-mindedness. That's just you, like people call it hiding your power level. There's a term for this. Right wingers do this when they pretend that they don't hold extreme positions, and then they reveal what they really think. That's called hiding your power level. Like it's not open-mindedness. That's deceptiveness, actually. When you pretend that you don't have a stance on things and are like, yeah, I'm just this neutral observer that's just checking out things and I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. That's not being open minded, it's being deceptive. The key to true open mindedness is being deceptive. Well, I say deceptive. You say that Trump's opinions have never changed, but that he started with a softer position, even though his opinions were extreme from the get-go. So if your opinions are extreme from the get-go, but you pretend that they're not, that's deceptive. Yeah. If you're pro-trans, but you approach conversations pretending not to be pro-trans, that's deceptive. Yes. It's not being open-minded. It's being deceptive about your stance. Does that make sense? Like it doesn't help anybody to be deceptive about what you believe at first. It doesn't increase the possibility that people will be persuaded by you. I said that if you are truly open-minded, you may start off the discussion standing with Ukraine and in the middle of trying to convince people to send U.S. troops in the conflict or something, and end up standing with Russia. What? What? I'm sorry, but if you are informed on the subject, which I assume you are informed on the subject when you start off the discussion with standing with Ukraine, then you will not just end up standing with Russia now. Hello, Lucy, out of frame. Oh, I'm out of frame. Sorry. My apologies for being out of frame. My apologies. I'm sorry, but that only happens when you don't know why you believe what you believe. Like that only happens when you have no clue what you're talking about. Like when you enter a thing, believe in one thing, and then just completely shift your stance 180 degrees, then that just means that you have no clue what you were talking about. You did not know why you believe what you believed. Why are you arguing? I don't. I'm not. I'm just. I'm having a discussion with a viewer. Like it's important to have a firm stance. It's important to have a firm and informed stance. Like of course, it's possible to get more information and change your opinions. Sure, I'm all for being open-minded in that way, but just entering everything with having no stance at all, that's no, that's silly. That's not open-mindedness. That's ignorance. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is important to inform yourself and to pick a stance, to take a stand on issues. That's sorry. You absolutely should have an opinion on things. You should start conversation with a firm stance, showing that you know what you're talking about, being able to provide evidence for what you believe, but you do need to take a stance. Ultra Unstoppable says if scientists were unwilling to accept the possibility that non-human animals don't do homosexuality, then is it possible to genuinely do the research? Uh, I'm not sure how that applies to what we're talking about, quite frankly. Vladimir says, but it's not his job as a viewer to inform him slash herself. That's your job to inform him as a streamer. I mean, that is why I want to do a whole thing about harmful rhetoric about Ukraine. I want to showcase arguments that are typically used by people against Ukraine that say that they are on the left, and why being on the left is not incompatible with being pro-Ukraine. That is what I want to do. I want to build a case for Ukraine uh, being a good, you know, does that make sense? But also, a streamer will not be able to completely educate you on the issues. A streamer will be able to, sure, give you some information, but a streamer will not be able to give you all of the information, no matter how much a streamer tries. A streamer can be only one source of information, you know? And the homosexuality thing, you will have to explain to me how it even, you will have to explain to me how that applies to what we're talking about. Because you have lost me. I don't know how that applies. Well, I'm not really super angry, so I'm not sure what you mean by temperamental. I'm not sure what you like. Well, what you're saying, that I should be saying that I'm not really pro-Ukraine? I mean, sure, if you want to. That's your choice. You can do whatever you want. At least you'll be taking a stance. If that's the stance that you want to take, I cannot stop you. Be my guest. We will disagree, but you will have taken a stance. If this is the true open-mindedness that you speak of, taking a stance based on spite. Yeah, that's right. Ukraine does have a corruption problem, but what does that have to do with anything? Yeah, there is a problem of corruption in Ukraine. Poland also used to have a problem of corruption. Does that mean that Poland did not deserve to be free from the Soviet Union? Poland had a very deep and systemic problem of corruption, actually. So does that mean that Poland should have just been subjugated under the Soviet Union? If Ukraine has problems with corruption, does that mean that it can just be invaded, destroyed, and subjugated by a foreign power, which has a much bigger problem with corruption, by the way? Russia has a much bigger problem with corruption than Ukraine by a long margin. Oh, you believe that the life of Ukrainians would be better under the Russian government? Do you believe that the Russia does not have a problem of corruption? What is the democracy index for Russia? Can you check for me? Can you give me the score of the democracy index for Russia? 2.03 out of 10. Whoops. Well, damn. 2.03 out of 10. Marking a decline from 2.22 in 2023. Oh, it has declined. Oh. Ukraine has 4.9. It looks like you have outdated information on Ukraine. It has went up as opposed to Russia, which has went down. No, anything below 5 is not about the same. You are completely incorrect. What is the difference between a 2.03 and 4.9 on a democracy index? Based on Economist Intelligence Unit EIU Democracy Index, which scores countries at 0 to 10 scale based on 60 indicators, a score of 2.03 and a score of 4.9 represent vastly different levels of political freedom, pluralism, and governance. The key difference is that 2.03 represents a harsh authoritarian regime, while 4.9 represents a hybrid regime. Classification: authoritarian regime, score anything below 4. Hybrid regime, score anything above 4. Electoral process 2.03. Elections are not free or fair, often staged or fraudulent. 4.9. Elections have significant irregularities, often preventing them from being fair. Civil liberties 2.03. Major restrictions on media, speech, and assembly. 4.9. Substantial restrictions but less severe than authoritarian states. Opposition. Little to no opposition allowed. Political dissent is suppressed. 4.9. Opposition exists but face state pressure, harassment, or systemic disadvantages. Rule of law 2.03. Weak judicial independence is non-existent. Yeah, it's the same, isn't it? Okay, name me those factors. Name me the factors which may make Russian leadership better for the people. Name them. No, they didn't. They did not just allow the military to walk across the border unrestricted. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. How do you think the war in Donbass started? Oh, you saw a video. Amazing. You saw a video. Well, that explains everything. Thank you. You saw a video. Does the United States deserve democracy? You elected Donald Trump. Maybe the United States does not deserve democracy. There was quite a lot of fighting in 2014. There was quite a lot of fighting in 2014. It is, you should, there was quite a lot of fighting in 2014. Keep going, bro. You're really cooking with that one, says Vladimir. Well, that's very interesting saying that 2.7 is almost the same, like 2.03. Very Orwellian. Actually, it's 2.9 now because Ukraine actually increased its score while Russia has decreased its score. Just saying. Just saying. So I want to know what are these factors that Russia has that would make it better if it governed other places? What are those factors that make Russian leadership better for the people? I want to know. Now I'm ready to hear and be educated. Now I'm open-minded. Make your case. I mean, those things should not just be lumped together. I'm very much against votes being tied together. Pro Ukraine and pro Israel bills being. I was sad that Bernie Sanders voted against the bill to help Ukraine because he was against supporting Israel, for example. But I'm not gonna be, you know. Also, people voting for Trump does not mean that the majority of people want Trump to be a dictator. That's an interesting leap you've made. Gulags are not really a thing effectively anymore. So I guess you have taken a stance. Your stance is, because you don't have to openly say what your stance is. All you have to say is, through sentences like this, what you believe. Dr. Unstoppable says, so what's life in Russia? It's pretty bad, I agree, but most people just live their lives and only a few end up in the gulag. That's a stance. Your stance is, as long you don't need freedom, as long as you can survive day to day and don't end up in the gulag, you don't care on whether or not you're free, whether or not you have the free press, whether or not you have any liberties. Oh, and unless you are LGBT, because then you can go to jail. You can actually go to be imprisoned for being um, gay or trans. Oh, and if you criticize the war, of course, if you criticize the special military operation, quote unquote, then you can go to jail for a long time, in fact. Socialist says Sunday would make it seem as if Dylan would exclusively frame the arguments to disfavor of someone like Ilomar. It just shows that how dishonest he's being about all of this. Yeah, because President Sunday does not really want to do any. Mm, President Sunday does not really want to support any initiatives or do anything. That's That's the thing. President Sunday criticizes Dylan Burns for actually being politically active, for trying to support positive initiatives. What's life like in Ukraine is different. It's still not great even before the war. It certainly has been moving towards the better as Ukraine has been trying to distance itself from Russia and its influence. It's been trying to tackle its problems with corruption. It's been trying to move towards joining the European Union. It's been trying to work towards joining NATO as well in order to have security guarantees against Russia. And yes, the fact that President Sunday tries to frame Dylan Burns as some anti-Palestine person is pretty silly. You know what? Uh, Vladimir, hey Lucy, if you're LGBT and also pushing Z and pro Putin, you're actually pretty much fine unless you'll start speaking out. Yeah, and unless you're openly LGBT. Also, hello, hello Joshua. It's pretty silly to say that Dylan Burns is anti-Palestine, considering that he has been vocally pro-Palestine uh, way before the Hamas attack on Israel that started the whole war. Way before. You can look at the, I don't know, 2019 or 2020 debates that Dylan Burns had, and I think he debated Jackson Hinkle, and he made his pro-Palestine stance pretty firm in his very, very old debate against Jackson Hinkle. You can watch it, you can see it. He has been talking about Palestinians' right for self-determination way before anybody even cared about the topic. So there you go. He has made a stance on that firm pretty early on. Every country deserves democracy. There is no such country that does not deserve democracy. People deserve freedom. Russia deserves democracy for that matter. Yes, Dylan Burns. Yes, Dylan has made his pro-Palestinian stance pretty clear years ago, years before the attack of Hamas on Israel. People just don't care or remember that. People just don't care to remember that. And they become what used to criticize an ideologue. Yeah. I think about it. I have work I could be doing. I'll see you around. Yeah. Um, I'm not okay. Depending on what you do, I would say have fun at work, but I actually don't know if you like your work and if it's fun. But I I don't know. Do you like your work? Do you like what you do? No, you're a software engineer. Are you? Are you work in software, right? Do you work in software? I think you told me what you did. I'm trying to remember. No, it's. I mean, but yes, what I'm trying to do is to explain why certain rhetoric is harmful and why you can be left wing absolutely and be pro Ukraine. There's nothing contradictory about these stances. Does that make sense? And I would like to also take time to support positive initiatives such as Track Ukraine, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. Joshua, are you still here? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It should not be a complicated issue. And I think it's very sad that certain people try to turn this into drama content, frankly. I think there's very depressing element to that, you know? Let's me see. Let's do a quick check on um, what's happening there. Because I've been told that President Sunday is debating people on the subject as we speak. Where's the clip? Clip browser properties. I think this is it. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. I'm a left-leaning person, even though certain people would not agree. There you go. Is that the debate happening?
Um, uh, and the reason a lot of these countries um tend to not have the same, right, what do you call it? LGBT, movements that we have is because oftentimes they're getting blown up. Oftentimes they're getting sanctioned. Like, how easy is it for like a trans
Oh, and with
person
the
in
endorsement, by the
Gaza?
way, of a whole lot of people who are also in bed with the liberal democracies, quote unquote, that are attacking them.
Yeah,
One of the things that isn't brought up very
Let
often
me
is the
see.
fact that, for example, Palantir, it's like this with the Ukrainian government right now. Palantir is massively networked into Ukraine and the war effort. CIA absolutely is very heavily, even despite Trump's divestment on the surface from Ukraine. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
yep.
Oh yeah.
But like leaving all that's a whole other kettle of fish. But like
Yeah, it's all
once again,
CIA, it's all complicated. I'm not really going to elaborate, but it's complicated, trust me. It's there you go. It's a narrative. It's definitely a narrative. If you are a leftist, then you should not support Ukraine because it's part of the Western imperialism project.
if you're a progressive and a leftist, the enemy is capital. It is not. No, there is no war where it's good country versus bad country. And this
There you go. If you're a leftist, there's just capital. There is no war where there's a bad country. Who cares if Russia is kidnapping children? Who cares if Russia is torturing people? There was no good and bad country during World War II. There was just the one capitalist country, Poland, fighting another capitalist country, Nazi Germany. It was just capital. Yeah. It totally does not flatten everything. It totally does not reduce argument to silly slogans. Completely not. It's just, yeah, of course. There's no bad versus good country, quote unquote. There is just capital.
this isn't because in a state system one state can't be the aggressor. The point is that states, strictly speaking, do not exist. They are the surface from a certain point of view, a certain pragmatic point of view of vast and
This is what happens to you when you're completely disengaged from the reality of what is happening on the ground, by the way. This is exactly what happens when everything is theoretical, nothing is real, and it's all exists on a theoretical level, on a textbook level. Genocide happening, uh, Vladimir Putin being ideologically driven to erase Ukrainian identity as a thing, to torture people, kill people, to um to conduct a massive militarization of children, Ukrainian and Russian alike. All that doesn't really matter because the only thing that exists is capital. It's just silly.
multiplicitous and diverse sets of groups and interests. And when you treat them as a single thing, you facilitate the enslavement of all of the rest by whichever one manages to assert itself as the face. And as progressives and leftists, our goal should be the emancipation of people, not the enslavement of people by the right party.
And you know what war tends to do? It tends to what's the word I'm looking for here? Strengthen those more quote hardline factions of those
Well, I mean,
regimes.
case in point, like one
Uh,
of the things, and this is one of the things that I'm really frustrated by with people like Ukrainian Anna, who will shut down questions of like, hey, have you verified that the donations we're sending you are going to, normal Ukrainian soldiers, or are they going to Nazis? And they are being given those groups.
It's ridiculous. President Sandy also what do you mean going to Nazis? This is what frustrates me. This drinking this Kool-Aid of Nazi units. Verify if they're going to the Nazi units. Vladimir says, we're almost 5 years in, bro. Come on, lefties. Why are you so slow on the head? Now to here overseas. Like, this is just ridiculous. Yeah, the Nazi state, the Nazi units. Like, this is supposedly the left-wing position. This is the left-wing position on Ukraine. And I've seen someone say in the chat that the United States is a voluntary force as opposed to Ukraine that just kidnaps people and forces them, like Ukraine forces people to conscription. I'm sorry, the United States is not invaded. The United States is not in any danger of being invaded. The United States is not in any danger of being in a situation that Ukraine is in. The left wing of politics, supposedly. It's like, this is what I want to do, This is why I want to create this structured video or a stream about harmful anti-Ukraine rhetoric. This rhetoric that supposedly some Nazi units exist that need to be vetted out. This conspiracy level thinking. It's just ridiculous. Oh yeah, the United States that has zero risk of being invaded. Yeah, look at them. Their military is entirely voluntary. The US has conscription laws. They just aren't using it right now, like many countries. Yeah. Thank you, Joshua. This is ridiculous.
Groups are being given a tremendous amount of power that they didn't have before through this. And here's the thing.
And also, before the full-scale invasion, Zelensky actually signed a law to transition the Ukrainian army into a fully professional one without any form of conscription. It is worth noting, by the way. Just so you know.
When you are invaded and you have militia.
Also, Iran has conscription. Case in point, Iran has forced conscription. And in Palestine, Hamas just straight up forces children to fight as child soldiers. Like, if we're going to use such arguments as into conveniently choose who to support and who not to support. Yes, I have been told that the Soviet Union should not have conscripted to fight against the Nazis. Yes, that is actually what I have been told in an argument, in a voice call. Yes.
That are offering their services to fight off the invasion. You would be an idiot not to take that. However, you can, for example, not do PR for Nazis. You cannot give Nazis power over the life and death of other regiments, other soldiers from your country.
I'm sorry, what PR for the Nazis? What PR for the Nazis? What Nazis have been given power over soldiers? I'm sorry, the problem is that President Sunday is just throwing out complete like slogans without forcing anything, without providing any evidence, without providing any examples. This is just empty sloganeering and propaganda, and I hate it. Do I have to check some Substack to learn what it's all? This is, and President Sunday is not some exception in this. He is not. Like, this is not about being against President Sunday or Hassan Piker, for that matter, who says I am on nobody's side, or any other left-wing quote-unquote content creator. It's about a harmful rhetoric that is being propagated by the left wing in English-speaking countries, usually very conveniently far, far away from this region of the world. A very harmful mode of analysis.
You can use them in ways that don't put your people at their mercy and don't normalize them for later. Because at the end of all of this, you're going to have a lot of heavily militarized white nationalists, Nazis, and anti-Semites who are going to have a tremendous amount of power in Ukraine.
Yeah, there is literally no evidence of that. In fact, in Ukraine government, the right wing has less power than in any other country in Europe, interestingly enough. But I guess that doesn't matter, does it?
And
where are those Nazi regiments? Where are they?
Ukraine, after this war is over, is probably going to be a very dark place. Because the board is being set for just absolute impunity from any accountability for corruption.
That's not true, actually. That's completely not true. Completely not true. There's active right now effort to actually fight corruption in Ukraine. Like when Zelensky tried to limit the effectiveness of the organizations that are fighting corruptions, people in Kyiv protested day after day, late into the night, ignoring curfew, saying no to corruption. Ukraine is not Russia. We will not accept corruption. I went to these protests. I filmed these protests. Like saying that Ukraine is open to free for all when it comes to corruption is an opinion that is completely out of touch when it comes to the actual situation in Ukraine. People went out to protest against corruption and against the limiting of institutions that are created to fight corruption while being endangered by bombing drones with death. This is ridiculous. Like people like President Sunday have no idea what they're talking about. No knowledge, no nothing. It's just slogans.
What Sunday is trying to say is that we all need to stock up on long life food and water as things are around. Like, maybe start hoarding cans of protein. I don't know. Depending on where you are, it could get pretty bad. I fortunately live in a place that does actually farm a lot of its own food, but will still affect us.
Get a reverse osmosis water filtration machine. Those are really good to get rid of
just grow mung beans in your desk. On cloth, there you go.
That. Yep.
Sunday, there's still Western influence corruption in Iraq to this day. Yep. I mean, you can say that about everywhere, though. That's kind of cheating. Let's buy an island. I hear one. The owner of one died a couple of years ago.
I don't know. Is Britain still selling those islands off the coast of India?
Okay, I've had enough. It's just immediately, just like with things that are demonstrably not true. Vladimir says Sunday stack up some supplies. Good, that'll help for a little bit. Yeah, it's God. I just did the corruption thing just got to me because like there was an actual attempt from Zelensky to limit the effectiveness of the anti-corruption organizations. And the civil society in Ukraine just did not have it. They went to the streets, very openly protested. And I've been in Ukraine when that happened. I've been there when it happened, and Zelensky was forced to backtrack. And there's been a big investigation. The right-hand man of Zelensky was forced to resign. Like, don't tell me that Ukraine will be just a free-for-all when it comes to corruption. Because that is just a ridiculous, that is a completely out of touch thing to say. That is, when I make my more coherent and structured stance on this harmful rhetoric, I will have to tackle the topic of corruption. Because again, Poland had a deep structural, systemic problem with corruption after 1989. Because guess what? All countries that were involved with the Soviet Union have inherited this type of deep structural corruption problem, which was not just within the government. It was part of people's everyday lives. Corruption was part of people's everyday existence, giving this to this person to get that, or, bribing this person to be able to do that. It was part of the mentality, and it had to be fought against. And the same is the case for Ukraine. It's not some special case. And keep in mind, in 2014 to 2014, not wanting corruption was a big motivator for the people of Ukraine to want to join the European Union, because the European Union was seen as this organization that would help throw down those shackles of corruption. And it was a huge source of anger of the Ukrainian people that fueled them during the Euromaidan. It's like, this is harmful rhetoric. And I'm not going to pretend that this rhetoric is just limited to some single streamer that is just spreading misinformation or bad opinions. It's more than that. It's more prevalent than that. The rhetoric is spread far enough that I don't even have to speak to the specific creator. Does that make sense? I just wish that left-leaning people knew what is really going going on in Ukraine, what Ukrainian people want, and the realities of a genocidal invasion on the ground. Vladimir says, I would also recommend for President Sandy to play this War of Mine on his streams. He might get some stuff to rumble about, like how the war bad, for example, and maybe also some experience. Like, yeah, I would very much like maybe through this explanation as to the realities of the people in this part of the world, what we have been historically going through, what Ukraine is going through. Maybe some people on the left in English-speaking countries will realize that actually there is no contradiction, first of all, when it comes to supporting things like the freedom of people in Gaza and people in Gaza not being genocided, and supporting Ukraine fight for independence. Right? There's no, like, I would definitely like people to understand that there is no contradiction there. And then there's no contradiction in being a left-leaning person and supporting Ukraine. I cannot believe that I have to say this, but that's something that I will have to discuss moving forward. That is clearly something that I will have to dedicate a solid amount of time now to dispersing some of that harmful rhetoric about Ukraine. I did not think that that would be necessary, and I would like to also to combine it with promoting the initiative that is being spearheaded right now, the initiative of a pressure campaign, of a campaign of convincing progressive politicians in the United States to stand with Ukraine. I would like to, one, disperse certain negative narratives about Ukraine and to try to convince left-leaning people in the West that it's actually perfectly fine to support Ukraine. And I do believe that America does have an obligation to support Ukraine. But also this. There you go. This I would like to keep very much to supporting this initiative. Who we are. Track Ukraine is a volunteer-run organization that documents the record of politicians in Congress and those running office. Voters, campaign, volunteers, and donors all deserve to know exactly where candidates stand on most deadly war currently raging on Earth, alongside the largest active, internationally recognized occupation of territory on Earth. And no, persuading and pressuring progressive politicians to stand with Ukraine is not tantamount to attacking politicians that want to stop a genocide. It's not tantamount to that. This is why transparency is a key goal of the organization. Tracking politicians' voting records, statements on the invasion, or even lack thereof. Also, those who believe in the American value that every people has the right to rule themselves can make informed decisions. Track Ukraine also connects current and prospective legislators with those who have experienced the effects of the invasion firsthand, the experience of being displaced, occupied, having their home bombed, dealing personally with the loss inherent in war, and seeing their culture targeted for erasure. Understanding these realities is necessary for those who will legislate
the foreign policy of the most militarily and geopolitically powerful country on the planet. Their votes in Washington have power, and going on 5 years of the full-scale invasion, there is no reason to be shy about the need for action as the false promise of a 24-hour peace fade into distant memory. The same country that made Kyiv give up its atomic weapons arsenal for its own security in return for the assurance of sovereignty and security from the very state that harassed the atom cannot forget its commitments, which lives depend on it upon. The reality of occupation, the promises the US made to the people of Ukraine, and the heavy proliferation of Russian war crimes should be front and center in discourse around the war. It's our job to make sure that's the case. And I think this is a positive cause. I think this is a very positive initiative that should be supported. You know? And just the act of kidnapping children, by the way, because I've seen people discuss the talk of genocide. Just the act of kidnapping children by Russia is an act of genocide against Ukraine. So yeah, this is something that I will be working on, and apart, of course, from the journalism work that I do here in Ukraine. I've been working on an article. Of course, I will be continuing to work on the history essay that I've been preparing for Patreon, which if you have $1 to spare, you can always go to my Patreon and become my $1 Patreon, which will help me immensely because, yeah. And what can I say? Moving forward for at least a few next streams, we will be dispersing certain talking points when it comes to Ukraine, coming from the left wing, which is very disappointing, and promoting, trying to pressure those politicians in the United States to take a positive stance when it comes to support of Ukraine. Does that make sense? Any questions? Am I making sense? And yes, I am more than welcome. I am more than open to discuss the problems of how conscription during an invasion is implemented. But this is the way that people like President Sunday go around it. What can we do to help? I think, like today, we can organize these arguments. There are a couple of ways that you can help. You can volunteer to help with the project of Track Ukraine as a researcher, as a graphics designer. I'm sure there are many different roles that you can help with. You can try to contact Dylan Burns directly about it. You can, I think there are a couple of other people that you can contact about it, about helping with the campaign to make better policy on the democratic side when it comes to Ukraine. That's one way. And the other way is to, I guess, help me shape those arguments when it comes to showing the left wing that actually, no, Zelensky is not a Nazi. Ukraine is not sending drones to bomb Iran. Actually, Ukraine does not have a huge problem with Nazi regiments. No, actually, conscription is a necessity during a genocidal invasion. We can discuss how it's conducted. We can discuss the necessity of it, but saying that it's a slave state is just ridiculous. And saying that millions upon millions of Ukrainian people should just move abroad to Poland or to other country. It's just harmful rhetoric, especially considering the world that we actually live in today. Does that make sense? Yes. Also, if you like to support me, because sadly it seems like my pay for my article might be seized. If you'd like to help me survive in this evil world of Nazis and oligarchs, then consider donating or subscribing. Also, how do you like the drawing? Is it nice? There's gonna be an announcement drawing. Thank you. Also, you can help me by promoting the stream to help me grow from a micro content creator to a small content creator, which would help me greatly. Which actually we've been talking to Joshua about today, possibly increasing my reach to more people. I don't know. I've been frustrated for years now with the rhetoric of Hassan Piker on Ukraine, but I never imagined that certain content creators would take this bizarre turn on the topic of Ukraine. I never expected that to happen. Never. I just.
Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you for $5. Thank you for the $5 transfer. Thank you very much. Also, yes, Oh Barry. That's my thing. I'm very proud of the Oh Barry thing. Also, I should put should adjust the Oh Barry. Don't know, don't know, don't know. And subscribe. I should put those so that the Jill GIF will be always on top. There you go. Hello, an entropy fan. Well, I'm talking about the harmful rhetoric about Ukraine that the left, supposedly in English-speaking countries, are adopting. This has been prompted by President Sunday's sudden, very bizarre anti-Ukraine turn, which I'd seen you in the chat.
And I'm willing to engage with you on the topic. President Sunday is grossly incorrect. I'm not sure if you're trolling, but no, President Sunday is not very correct. And I've seen you use the argument that Ukraine has forced conscription, but the United States, in comparison, we had that conscription argument way back when. Yeah, I know. It's easy to say that just don't use conscription when your country is in zero danger of being invaded. The fact that you use the argument of the United States having a involuntary force just tells me that you don't know what you're talking about. The United States has zero chance of being invaded. The United States has zero chance of finding itself in the situation that Ukraine is in. And the fact that President Sunday can just say, uh, millions of Ukrainians should just move. Millions of people should just move. Oh, a country that absolutely uses conscription because it has a dictatorship invades a different country. Oh, yeah, the invaded country should just fight 100% with volunteers. Oh, the volunteer army got overwhelmed and the country that's invading enacts genocide. The people should just move. I'm sure every single citizen of Ukraine has the means to move because every single person in Ukraine is well off, so they can just move, right? You just move, right? Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, an entropy fan. A lot of those people that volunteered at the beginning did not receive support from the West and they died. They were killed. Did you know that? It's not a clear indicator that they don't need conscription. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, people should just move. It's ridiculous. President Sunday is absolutely incorrect on this. And calling Russia and Ukraine is this as the same as just insulting, quite frankly. Was Poland the same as Nazi Germany in 1939? Did you know that Poland had forced conscription in 1939? It did. Was Poland a Nazi state? It's ridiculous. It's not serious. It's not a serious argumentation. The Polish underground did not win. Are you kidding me? The Polish underground against whom? Who did the Polish underground win against? Not the Nazis. No, it absolutely did not win. The Polish underground did not win against the Nazis.
What are you talking about? Yeah, they did not win. I'm sorry, but Poland was not an entity. They did not win. It's like saying that Jewish people were not genocided because they survived and they outlasted the Nazis. It's a stupid argument. It's silly. You're being silly. And the Allies that won World War II had conscription. Yeah, the Polish underground that did not have conscription won. They didn't win alone. They won with the help of the Allied forces that used conscription, forced conscription. Did you know that? Did you know that the Allied forces used forced conscription? So that is a completely empty argument. What do you even say? You don't want to go to World War II to make your point. Yeah, you know that the Polish underground supposedly won with the help of others, with the help of other conscripted soldiers. Hmm, there we go. Several countries on the Allied side used forced conscription, compulsory military service during World War II to fill their armed forces as voluntary recruitment was insufficient to meet the demands of the global war. Major Allied powers and Commonwealth nations that implemented conscription included the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. I'm sorry, this is just silly. Yeah, because it's a necessity. When you get invited by an overwhelming force, conscription becomes a necessity. Congratulations. And to say Ukraine has conscription, therefore it becomes a slave state ruled by a Nazi is just ridiculous. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm sorry, but your naivete is beyond. Like, I'm sorry, you're just being naive. Popular militias. Name me the popular militias that won wars. Name them. Name me those militias. Name me the wars. Which wars? Which popular militias? I guess we can get into it. Name those militias.
Yugoslav partisans in World War II, or are these separate arguments? Oh, holy shit! By the end of the war, they had transformed the guerrilla movement into a massive conventional army of 800,000 soldiers. Regarding conscription, yes, the partisans used forced mobilization conscription, particularly in the late 1944 and 1945. So it seems that you don't know what you're talking about, because the popular militia that you just quoted used conscription. Interesting. First example that you gave used conscription. Thanks. Thanks, an entropy fan. Thank you. Yeah, it's not a necessity, except the very first example that you gave used it. Whoops. The Yugoslav partisans used forced conscription. What now? No, they started conscription before winning the war. You're incorrect on that count as well. They started conscription before winning the war. Sorry. You're just incorrect. So you don't understand the nuances, Lucy. A huge militia has spawned out of nowhere. Yeah, of course, they all just volunteered. 800,000 people just volunteered spontaneously. And everybody would, if the state just didn't, you know. Yeah, it's just that the states selfishly don't want to empower the people, and they say, we don't want you to actually, we don't want you to volunteer. We want to force you to serve. Yes, exactly. That makes perfect sense. Yes, yes. We forbid you from forming voluntary units. We demand that you get forcefully conscripted. Yes. This is silly. And interesting enough, this whole thing only applies to Ukraine, I guess. I don't see President Sunday making streams as to why Iran should just give up and sign a peace with the United States. Did you know that Iran uses conscription?
Yeah, Ukraine should just fight it off with no support from the West and purely with volunteers because that will definitely work. That will definitely work on Entropy Fan. Yes. And if Ukraine collapses, everybody should just move. Yeah, and Ukraine just funnels weapons to bomb Iran, was it? Yeah, nobody says that conscription is moral. Nobody said that. I never said that. I never said that when I argued with President Sunday about it. I never said it was moral. I never said it was good. I never said it was even preferable. I said it was necessary. No, it does not, actually. It does not funnel weapons to Israel, which Israel uses to multitask genocides. No, it doesn't. This is a completely false statement. This is a lie. Ukraine has given interceptors to the Gulf states. It has not given drones to Israel. It has not given the drones to the United States. No, it does not funnel weapons to multitask genocides. I'm sorry, this is just a false statement. If anything, Israel has bought stolen grain from Ukraine. That is what happened. I mean, there are stateless societies. The Roma people, the people that are treated not just as second but as third class citizens because they are stateless people. We all know how stateless people are treated in the world. The Roma people should be a little bit of a hint for you as to how people that do not possess a country of their own are treated. Which, by the way, the United States has pressured Ukraine to give up its nukes. The United States has pressured Ukraine to give up its nukes, but also the United States has silently allowed Israel to get its nukes. Yeah, so this notion that Ukrainian people should just all move abroad is just silly. I'm not even gonna go into the fact that not everybody has the means to just move because we don't live in magical land where material realities of people do not exist and everybody can just move en masse, lose their entire livelihood and just move. That's that's not the world that we live in. But President Sunday says that the nostalgia for home should not just stop people from moving. It's harmful rhetoric. Vladimir says, I'm waiting to quote from Western lefties how Ukraine actually is helping to conduct genocide in Gaza and Lebanon by Zelensky continuing to ask for more weapons. God, that would be cool. Uh, Mm. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, I cannot agree that President Sunday is absolutely correct on this. They're absolutely incorrect on this. And again, him attacking the Track Ukraine initiative is also very telling to me. Vladimir says, only imagine the public pushback in the election results that would be straight up definition of shooting itself into in the leg. Yeah, that's just no. And the worst part is that people like President Sunday have absolutely zero knowledge about this war. Zero. Zero knowledge of the realities of the on the ground. It's just ridiculous. And I am here in Ukraine. I talk to people. I talk to draft dodgers as well. And do you know what a lot of draft dodgers have told me? That as much as they don't like how the draft is conducted, that how conscription is conducted, they see it as a necessary thing. That is what I've heard from the draft dodgers that I've been talking to. Interesting, huh? Like President Sunday did not know what the Bucha massacre was when I discussed the topic with him. So he talks of those Nazi regiments, which is something that I've been hearing on the left, English speaking left, a lot about how there are those Nazi units, those Nazis that have power over whole regiments, which no evidence, no sourcing, no anything. No anything. Like when I hear people say, "Oh, Ukrainian Anna frustrates me because she will not check for the Nazi units." Like, I'm sorry, you're just out of touch. You're just completely out of touch as to this war, this whole situation, and Nazis in Ukraine, quote unquote. And yes, also there's the fact that the US has completely stopped support for Ukraine under Donald Trump. That's also a factor. Even though President Sunday is alluding to some great CIA investment in Nazi Ukraine, because of course Because of course. I think, I'm sorry to say, but the entire thing about Ukraine from President Sunday is just silly. The entire thing. And there's no contradiction in being, and I've heard, among other creators, President Sunday say that there's a contradiction in being pro-Ukraine and pro-Palestine, apparently. Now, there's a contradiction in those positions. Uh, you know, that's just, and it's kind of, it's just frustrating that this is even. I don't, I don't even, I'm sorry, I don't even know what to, that I have to, the fact that this has to be a discussion, it's ridiculous. But that is what happens when people are out of touch, far away. And as to Anna from Ukraine is back with the internet's most prolific PDF sex offender, so she graduated from Gopnik neo-Nazi football hooligans. Well, I'm sorry that the only community that is willing to actually do anything, that actually is willing to support anything materially, is the community of the most prolific PDF sex offender. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that is the only community that is actually willing to support a cause. Hassan's community does not seem to be willing to support a cause. President Sunday's community is definitely not willing to support any cause in any meaningful way. But you know, it's all like talk is cheap, isn't it? Point me to the alternatives for Ukrainian Nana. What sort of alternatives does Ukrainian Nana have for fundraising for Ukrainian troops? Name them. Name me all those beautiful alternatives that do not involve the most prolific PDF sex offender. Oh, there is no alternative. Got it.
On entropy concepts, not many alternatives, so she's not really the worst person around. It, however, is repulsive and disappointing. Dylan, however, has no excuses for the same association. And what association is that? Dylan Burns? I'm sorry, what are the alternatives for Dylan Burns? I pose the same question to you. What are the alternatives for Dylan Burns for his projects and his initiatives when it comes to Ukraine? Vladimir says, I think I get it. Sunday deliberately made today's stream so provocative that now Lucy literally can't draw. It was really chess move to make unfocused and in the state of constant cognitive dissonance. True. An entry defense says Dylan has his own independent online presence. He doesn't need someone else's platform. He does not have a following large enough uh, to carry big initiatives. He does not. Dylan Burns is realistic enough to know that his following, his community is not big enough for that. He's not Vosh. He's not Hassan. Like, I'm sorry, but initiatives like Track Ukraine cannot be carried by his community alone. That is a fact. Oh, you don't know about Track Ukraine? Okay. Which is an initiative that President Sunday has attacked, by the way. Without any substance. That is what he uses the association for. Sunday attacked the Track Ukraine, not trucks. Track Ukraine. Hold on. Is it still on? There you go. This initiative. President Sunday attacked this initiative called Track Ukraine. Where is it? Do I have it still on screen? Yes, I have it on screen now. There you go. This is what President Sunday has attacked. Because he has misrepresented it. He has misrepresented the initiative. If anyone needs a lobby group, it's Ukraine. Like President Sunday said that Dylan Burns is just attacking progressive politicians that want to stop genocide. On the scale of how bad lobby groups are for month to then this one seems like a 1. Can you elaborate? I'm not even sure what you mean. And what do you base that on? What do you even base that on? Oh, I see. Like, I'm sorry, I believe that this Track Ukraine initiative is an initiative worth supporting, not attacking. Like, when you say that you want politicians to change their stance towards support of Ukraine for the better, it does not mean that you're attacking them for supporting Palestine. I'm trying to draw. Well, yeah, and that is why it's good to pressure US politicians to have a better stance towards Ukraine. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. This is why Track Ukraine is a good initiative to support. Yeah. And the whole idea that Ukraine, after the war is over, will just be a free for all for corruption is just a complete out of touch opinion as well, for that matter. While we're at it, it's just people have no idea what is happening in Ukraine in regards to corruption. And it's also very much a fact that Ukraine, uh, God, I lost my train of thought. Like, I'm sorry, when Zelensky, again, I said it before on stream, when Zelensky tried to limit the operations of organizations that fight corruption, people in Ukraine went out to the street to protest. Thank you, Transforum. Like, it's just completely like people have no idea what Ukraine is trying to do. Like completely, like I'm so tired of people that have no clue about Ukraine as a country, Ukrainian people, this war, the history of this region, start talking completely out of their ass about this whole thing because they have a political science degree. Like and again, it's not limited to a single content creator. So I'm not gonna pretend that I'm not, this is, again, Ukraine war is not content for me. It's not a drama for me. It's not a beef with a single type, with a single content creator. It's not, you know, it's a matter of me pointing out that there is harmful rhetoric that is spread among the left in English speaking countries, that there are certain creators that do propagate that hurtful narrative, for me to coherently make my case as to why that rhetoric is harmful and as to how we can positively engage with the topic of support for Ukraine. That is my goal. My goal is not to condemn a content creator X, Y, or Z, or to fight against or debate content creator X, Y, or Z. You know? So does that make sense? And actually, when it comes to fighting corruption, the big factor in all of this is the European Union. And the European Union placing a big condition on Ukraine for joining the European Union to do big reforms when it comes to corruption. Poland used to have huge corruption. Poland went out of the Soviet sphere with a systemic problem of corruption in the government, baked into the society itself. I will keep saying this. Poland had a huge corruption problem, and Poland had to tackle this problem when it wanted to join the European Union. Let me see. Vladimir always sends some. Also, thank you, Vladimir. Like it's. Where is the thing that I have? Like I'm very tired of hearing this argument about Ukrainian corruption. Like Ukraine is fighting against its corruption actively. Why do you think the right-hand man of Zelensky had to go? Because of the fight against corruption. X.
In May 2022, the famous philosopher, scientist,
Oh, I
and
love Vlad Vex. Okay, let's watch Vlad Vexer, yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna put him on here.
moralist Noam Chomsky went on leftist journalist Owen Jones's podcast and essentially blamed the war on American interventions.
The State Department officially stated that in the period up to the invasion, the U.S. refused to consider any Russian security concerns. Okay?
In Chomsky's view, Russia's security
And
agreement
yes, this is definitely part of it. This is definitely part of what I'm talking about. This is part of the English-speaking left-wing sphere that basically blames Ukraine for being invaded. Also, I hated on Chomsky before it was cool. Okay, I hated on Chomsky as a linguist when I started university. Okay? I criticized Chomsky before it became cool to criticize Chomsky. Should watch and explain the nuances to your viewers. True, I should. The nuances of people completely not understanding Ukraine, completely not understanding the war, the history, anything about this region really.
is caused by successive US administrations breaking that promise to not expand NATO 1 inch to the east.
Which, of course, the one that there were verbal agreements that NATO would not expand, but there were never some official agreements on NATO not expanding. This is ridiculous. And also, of course, all the countries that were free from the Russian grasp flocked to NATO because everyone saw the writing on the wall. Poland definitely saw the writing on the wall. I covered a news segment from the 90s. I covered the news segment of Poland from the 90s. And that news segment happens to have a section about Poland being about to enter a close association agreement with the European Union. That was a thing because before Poland entered the European Union, we entered an association agreement or something like that. And I remember when politicians, there were quotes from politicians, and a very important quote from the Polish politicians was, as we are entering the European Union, we feel that it should be understood that naturally we will also enter NATO as a package, right? We enter European Union, we will also, of course, enter NATO because it was understood that NATO is a necessary deterrent for Russia. Of course. No, he's not. I think you're mistaking him with someone else. Wait, you mean Vlad Vexler? Is a genocide supporter of Israel dog whistling about woke? No, he's not. No, he's not. I'm sorry. I've seen quite a lot of his stuff, and he's not dog whistling about woke, and he's not a supporter of Israel. No.
ignored. While Putin's stated goals in Ukraine, demilitarization.
Also, what yoga? He cannot walk due to his health. He's bedridden due to his very severe health problems. What do you mean yoga cultist?
Neutralization were exaggerated by the US propaganda system to seem less legitimate than they were. Meanwhile, the US rode roughshod over Ukraine's desire for peace with its aggressive neighbor.
The record all the way through is that Ukraine seeking some kind.
He is severely ill. It's not an aesthetic. He's literally bedridden.
of
He often does videos with tubes up his nose. Like, come on. Hello, this is Insight. Hey, Lucy and chat, coming from the Sunday stream. I'm not gonna comment much on the whole deal with his stance. It just seems weird to me how he framed his arguments in relation to anarchism. I know there are anarchists fighting in Ukraine. I think the resistance committee is one of them, and also many that refuse to participate in a war between states. Do you have anything that's been translated from any of these groups? I can look for it and I can translate. No, it's not spam. It's okay. It's not a soul disease. Okay, I'm a trippy fan. Simon Pierre debate, it has nothing to do with anarchism. I guess President Sunday is just incorrect on this whole thing. Oh yeah, are you on my Discord? If you want, you could help out with the research Discord discussion. Research people are taking notes on those videos. We are going, yeah. We are going to go through it tomorrow. We are going to again. The purpose of what I'm doing is not going after any particular content creator, be it President Sunday, be it Hassan Piker. I just want to formulate a cohesive response to harmful anti-Ukrainian narratives. That is my goal. Does that make sense? I don't want to, I'm not treating this as some beef between creators. I'm not treating this as drama. I'm not treating this as content fuel because it's not. And I just want to give people the tools to explain to people that consider themselves left-leaning to understand that there is nothing wrong with supporting Ukraine. And I want them to go from there to be able to participate in positive initiatives that have been created to help Ukraine survive this war. That is what I want to achieve with what I'm doing here. Does that make sense? Like President Sunday has helped me a lot to address when I needed it with my mom and everything. I disagree with him on this. If you watch President Sunday, it's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with harmful rhetoric about Ukraine. And I want to address it. I don't want to address any particular person. I hope, you know. Okay, let's watch the Chomsky thing. This Chomsky has been spreading harmful rhetoric about Ukraine as well. Mostly software. The sudden refusal to take a position on what America should or shouldn't do seems to me the kind of cowardly fence-sitting that I would expect from Michael Tracy. I understand the reasoning from President Sunday, but I agree with it. And I don't know if I believe he's always held it.
Peaceful settlement, the U.S. refusing to accept it.
Also, the peace settlement that Chomsky is talking about here is Russia demanding total demilitarization of Ukraine, seizing of territory,
cutting Ukraine from any allyship possible, opening Ukraine to either installing a puppet regime of Russia or invading again. That is the peace settlement that Chomsky is alluding to, and everybody is alluding to when Hassan Piker speaks of Ukraine having all the tools and all of the advantage near the beginning of the war to make peace. This is the settlement that is being talked about. It's important to always remember that Russia has maintained its maximalist demands from the beginning to war. Russia continues to push its maximalist demands now. It never lessened its demands towards Ukraine. Zinsight says, I don't think I have the time to help you participate much in the research project. I have local anti-war stuff I'm doing and a degree I'm trying to finish. That's perfectly fine. You know, you just focus on, that is something that I also don't understand when people say you focus on this, but you don't focus on that. You do stuff for this, but you don't do stuff for that. There's only so many things that you can focus on, that you can focus your energy on, that you can focus your time. You have to be effective with your time. If many people focus on one thing, then we would accomplish many things. So if you have your local anti-war stuff that you're focusing on and your degree, focus on these things and you will get them done. You will make the world better for all of us. If you have your thing that you're laser focused on, assuming that it's a good cause, and you move towards making things happen in that particular thing. But it would be silly for you to say, oh, you do your local anti-war stuff, but what about this? But what about that? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you participating in that? You know? So does that make sense? Yes. Today is the day when I ran like mad.
And in fact, moving the opposite direction to undermine it. And Britain, of course, Blairist Britain,
Boris Johnson, the Boris Johnson thing.
shining Washington's shoes.
In this view, the war is largely a product of American actions imposed on Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, because Russia has zero agency in this, in its imperialist actions.
Here is Jeffrey Sachs, the economist and public policy expert. Jeffrey says that the American neocon project of creating a unipolar American world, which is what led to NATO expanding right up till Russia's border, is in good part responsible for Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Which is just a completely false notion. Again, Poland very much wanted to join NATO for very understandable reasons.
Implicit goal was to surround Russia in the Black Sea. President Putin came in. He was not anti-European. He was not anti-American. What he saw, though, was the incredible arrogance of the United States, the expansion of NATO, the wars in Iraq, the covert war in Syria, the war in Libya against the UN resolution. So we created so much of what we're facing right now through our own ineptitude and arrogance. There was no linear determination. It was step-by-step U.S. arrogance that has helped to bring us to where we are today.
That's the left. But what about the alt left? The alt left is
It's very depressing. It's very depressing that is the left stance in many cases. Insight says, yeah, but it's good to have a broader perspective though. That's why I was asking for the translation of, only 4 hours in a day. Yeah, that's true. It is good to have a broader perspective. It is good to be informed on these issues, yes. But you can only focus your attention to advocating and actively doing something about a certain amount of things. That is the sad reality. And in all the other cases, we need to leave it to other people that will focus on those other issues. We can support each other and working on those issues, but we cannot all do everything. Mostly software says, Lucy, you are the alt left. We'll see. We'll see. I'm the evil left. And yes, I do consider myself left-leaning. My father was a socialist, basically. And he fought against the communist quote-unquote regime in the 70s and 80s.
Logically different from the left, but it largely uses the same arguments. If the left is driven by traditional critiques of US imperialism, the alt left is driven by participation in the culture wars and responsiveness to the crisis of trust in public institutions in the West. So it's here goes the evil American empire again versus our institutions are corrupt and we can't trust anything they do anymore. Here is Tulsi Gabbard.
So what we're seeing play out now is essentially a proxy war. U.S. is engaging in a proxy war with Russia.
Here we go. It's like basically Russia is just a victim. Russia is just a victim of the U.S. invasion via Ukraine. I've actually unironically heard people say that it's actually Russia that has been attacked by the United States with the by the hands of Ukraine. It's just a completely ridiculous narrative. A completely ridiculous narrative. Harmful narrative.
Waging this war using the Ukrainian military and people as their chess pieces in this geopolitical chess game. The ultimate objective being regime change with Russia.
They're all arguing that since the war was America.
Yes, the regime change in Russia. That's. Oh yeah, of course. It's just.
To start and profit from, it is also America's to end. A key facet of the Western left's critique is that it is possible to off-ramp, that opportunities for peace have been missed and sabotaged, and that a solution is still available if we pursue negotiations and diplomacy.
Yeah, if only Ukraine can completely disarm itself, if only Ukraine can give up territory and people to occupation, if only Ukraine can give up every single point on the map that is fortified to protect from further invasion, if only Ukraine can forget about having any allies, any foreign military presence for guarantees of security. If only Ukraine can do all these things, we can finally have peace. Oh yeah, if only, also let's not forget that Russia should have a say in Ukrainian education and language policy and religious policy. Let's not forget about these things because those are also the demands of Russia. Those are also the demands of Russia when it comes to a peaceful settlement of this war.
Here is economist and public intellectual Richard Wolff.
My conclusion, and that of many around the world: stop it. End this war, sit down the two sides, work out an acceptable agreement. Anything is safer and better for the world than continuing down the unknowable, dangerous path that we are now on.
And here is Chomsky again.
Possibly, there's one way to bring the agony to an end quickly. That's negotiations and diplomacy. There's no other way.
Oh,
That
Barry!
means, in this
Thank
case,
you for the $35,
offering
Polyphony. Thank you
Putin
very
some
much.
kind of escape
Thank you.
hatch, some way to get out without admitting total defeat. That's diplomacy. Well, if you reject it, you're carrying out a grotesque experiment, gambling with the lives of Ukrainians and, in fact, the world. And that's the experiment that the US and Britain are undertaking.
Chomsky has roots in Ukraine. His father was born there, and he is a significant intellectual outside the realm of politics. And some of the other people, maybe people you admire, you have a relationship with, but they are not right. First, most centrally, they are misreading why Putin invaded Ukraine. And because they are
Yes, there is a huge misreading of why Putin has invaded Ukraine. He is very ideologically driven when it comes to this conflict. He uses historical justification for the invasion, and he sees Ukraine that can only exist in one of two states, as a puppet state of Russia, subjugated to Russia completely, or not exist as a separate entity at all.
misreading why the war began, they're unable to understand the ongoing dynamics driving the conflict. So let's go back to Putin's December 2021 ultimatum and the causes of the war. Everything
There you go. We are going to go there. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know where this critique of Vlad Wexler has gone through some people in the chat, but I just don't see it. I see him as a valuable voice when it comes to when it comes to commentary on these issues. I've seen quite a few of his videos, and I've never seen him do any sort of dog whistling to wokeism, or no, I've never seen that. I'm sorry. Like, I would have to be given examples of that because I've not seen that from him at all. And I've not seen him being this rampant ally of Israel. I've not seen that. Yeah, he wants to resurrect the Soviet Empire, which has its Eastern European neighbors under his. Yeah, he said that right before the invasion. He actually mentioned Poland in his speech right before the invasion, that Poland is also part of the Russian world, that Russia deserves to have all of its territory. Actually, he went further than the Soviet Empire. He said that Russia deserves dominion over territories that used to be part of the Russian Empire, not just the Soviet Empire.
Everything we've seen from the left and from the alt-left tends to capture the causes of the war in terms of Russia's national security, as expressed in Putin's ultimatum. But in reality, it's a lot more complex than that. There are two primary explanatory pillars driving the causation of the war, and actually neither of them can be mapped onto NATO expansion. Let's start with the first pillar, regime security. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014 and the full-scale invasion in 2022 were done in good part to avert regime erosion at home. In the pre-2022 world, Putin was playing president by outsourcing his presidential powers to his court, and then
yes, by the way, yes, a very important aspect of this war is the preservation of Putin's own regime. That is something that has been discussed. Vladimir says, I mean, yeah, Vlad Wexler is woke and gay if you want to it that way. Vlad knows a lot about the history of the. Yeah, Vlad is quite an academic. Vlad is quite the academically inclined person. Yeah, very knowledgeable, very knowledgeable, very academic, very throughout in his analysis, which I appreciate. I appreciate his analysis of situations and of very valuable.
arbitrating, refereeing conflicts within his court. And at one point he felt that his refereeing powers had shrunk, and to gain them back, he thought he needed war. There is another factor. Putin felt that the younger generation was drifting away from him, and he could put a lid on top of them via a war. Putin hoped, and he still does, that a big conflict against the West, a militarization of Russian society, will allow him to skip a generation, bringing about that today's Russian children grow up to become Putin supporters. The second pillar of the exploitation.
And it's a fact. There's a mass project of militarization of children, not just Ukrainian kidnapped children, but also Russian. That is something that I've heard when I interviewed the workers of organizations that rescue children. That is something that you can get a glimpse on from the testimonies of the children themselves that have been Russified, that in Russian schools, children undergo heavy propagandizing, that joining the military is great, that World War II never really ended, that the fight against Nazis of Russia has never ended, that dying for your country is actually not a bad thing, that death is not as scary as it seems. Soldiers will come to class and proudly show off their weapons, show off their uniforms, talk about a secure life that can be easily achieved by following a route into the military. That is something that is actively happening all over Russia, alongside the popularity of paramilitary organizations like UNARMIA that tries to give children military training and glamorize the military life. The UNARMIA it gathers celebrities, singers, famous people. It creates a sense of splendor, creates a sense of big prestige of being part of those paramilitary organizations for children. And it works. It is a very successful project, sadly. It is effective.
For war is about national security, kind of, but not in the way our leftist heroes would have us believe. Putin's conception of national security is both more radical and more mystical than their understanding allows. Between 2010 and 2014, Putin developed a sense of mission, and Putin, the amateur historian, began making self-aggrandizing ventures in.
Putin is indeed an amateur historian, and he often twists historical facts to his narrative.
To the past, looking for role models for himself. And he came to think, perhaps a la Tsar Alexander III, that he was special. He got the feeling that Russia's cultural destiny was now tied to the will of a single individual, Mr. Putin. This sense of mission came years after the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference. There, Putin too wanted to reject the post-Cold War European settlement, but his later rejection of it took on a more mystical quality.
What good is the world for us if it's a world without Russia?
The left, and to be fair, many in the West, deal with the Putin regime as though it were Brezhnev, whereas in fact it is closer to being something like a radical terror organization, invoking holy values to justify violence. But here we have to concede a point and allow nuance. NATO expansion was handled badly, and Western leaders like Bill Clinton knew that when they were doing it. Before we tackle this, let's clarify the infamous not 1 inch to the east promise.
Yeah, there was no binding promise. There were verbal agreements, but there was never a binding agreement on that.
That I can already assure you of.
Was there a promise? Promises were made repeatedly, but
Verbally.
they weren't formalized.
Yeah.
So here is my
There you go. They were not formalized ever.
analysis. A politician can promise another politician something by saying it, but a state cannot promise another state something without formalizing it on paper. And
Exactly. And this was never formalized on paper. I'll be right back. really need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Write your thoughts, and I will read the chat when I'm back. I will read the chat when I'm back. I have returned. No comments while I was away? Alright then, let's continue. Let's continue.
When we look at the formality, we see that the Kremlin signed a treaty explicitly allowing the expansion of Article 5 eastward. When
Yeah.
Putin says that
Especially since there was an agreement that upon unification, Germany should be allowed to join any alliance that it chooses. That was definitely an agreement that has been formally made. Yes, Russia is targeting refugees.
Russia got fooled, he is half right. Mr. Gorbachev got fooled because he was an extraordinary leader and a poor negotiator. But the Soviet Union, being a state, didn't get fooled because states don't make promises to each other that aren't on paper. And what then followed was that the East European countries wanted to run away from Moscow and join their own security alliance.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that includes my country, Poland. That is exactly what happened. That is absolutely correct here. Absolutely correct.
Because when Russia invaded Ukraine and nearly took Kiev in 2022, this wasn't the first time. There was Budapest in 56, there's Prague in 68, and there is...
And Poland was terrified of it happening. The Polish people are very terrified of it happening to them as well, just so it's clear.
Poland in 81, when there weren't Russian tanks in Warsaw, but there were Polish tanks ordered from Moscow. But
yeah, my father got attacked. My father got arrested on that day, by the way, in '81 when there were tanks on the streets. My father got arrested for over a year for his activity.
as Mary Surratt argues in a path-breaking book, the problem wasn't that NATO expanded, the problem was how NATO expanded. For example, there was a possibility of a more rapid but more diffuse expansion, which is what Clinton wanted, partly because it would avoid creating a line by leaving Ukraine on the wrong end of it. Either way, as Mary Surratt argues, nothing was more conducive to radicalizing Russia than expanding NATO in small tranches. But while this radicalized Russia, NATO expansion is not a primary cause of war. Centering it doesn't account for the domestic regime security causes of war. And as we have seen, reducing Putin's sense of mission to grievances about NATO expansion over-instrumentalizes his worldview. We are not looking at a guy who wants to alter a couple of moves on a board game. We're looking at a guy who wants to take the board game and throw it off the table. And there is something else that the NATO expansion did it argument implies, and that is that Putin's imperialistic death spiral serves Russia's national interest. But any thinking
it does not. Especially, like, we have to think even what Russia's national interest is. It certainly is not the interest of many different peoples living within the borders of Russia that are being erased as we speak.
Should know that Putin's actions are destroying Russia's future and increasing the odds that Russia may not exist at all. And there is an even more striking omission in that argument, and that is Ukrainian agency.
Ukrainian agency is being extremely erased in all of these discussions on the left, on the left in the English-speaking West.
2014, Ukraine has come together in a civic bond powered by anti-colonial sentiment. And it's only
An anti-corruption sentiment, which is very, very important to know.
grounded newspaper clipping approach to political understanding that could lead Noam Chomsky to say that Ukraine wants
Polish people were some of the first to report on this because, of course, one neighbor is Ukraine.
peace more than weapons. Likewise, both Putin's sense of regime security and his sense of mission are not compatible with an off-ramp. My interpretation is that Putin wants a big war against the West, but in several years from now. Meanwhile, he wants a low-level, minimally globalized war, during which Western support for Ukraine exhausts itself and Western democracies begin to collapse. And then Putin can act from a position of strength. The left's strongest case is the risk of global nuclear Armageddon.
A
Yes.
nuclear war could break.
That is why the West has been giving Russia consistently and constantly the upper hand in the nuclear escalation ladder. That should not be happening.
Break out in a week, in 30 days. We are staring over the precipice of that nuclear brink now more than ever before. It would spark World War III, and the result of that is destruction of the world.
My own assessment is that Russia indeed poses a high global nuclear risk. This is the left's strongest argument, but I have a couple of responses. One, the Biden administration has been extremely conservative at nuclear escalation management. That
Yes.
is why we've seen, with each new weapon given to Ukraine, first a
The
toe.
United States should be leading on the escalation ladder, actually, not giving the escalation ladder supremacy away to Russia.
In the door, then 2 toes, then 3, and then eventually a small quantity of weapons is delivered. Second, Ukraine retaking Crimea would increase global nuclear risk. But Ukraine not retaking Crimea, Ukraine not retaking its territories, Ukraine, God forbid, losing Kiev, which is currently impossible, would actually lead to massive Russian escalation and high nuclear risk. However we weigh nuclear risk, we are exchanging nuclear risk today for nuclear risk tomorrow. There is no nuclear risk-free way of standing up to Putin's imperialistic aggression.
True.
And now
And
when
also, Russia is not the only country that is in possession of a nuclear arsenal. Let's not forget.
getting to the elephant in the room, we need to zoom out and look at the left's relationship with America. Here is the humanist public intellectual and presidential candidate Cornel West, causally centering American imperialism in the run-up to the war.
NATO is an instrument of American imperial foreign policy. We've seen it over and over again, and so we're witnessing a proxy war. There must be a
They view all US action abroad as imperialist, and in some cases
And the only imperialism that seems to be taken into consideration is American imperialism.
as a product of US corporate capitalism. Their views are profoundly US-centric. They think two things. First, imperialism is always bad. Second, their working implicit definition of imperialism is American-centric. Imperialism just is what America does abroad. Paradoxically, their US-centric anti-imperialism blinds them to the horrors of Russian imperialism.
Yeah.
And it also blinds them to the
Because Russia is perceived as weaker as the United States. It is weaker than the United States, and that is why a lot of left-wing people in the West perceive U.S. imperialism as the only significant imperialism.
constructiveness of US power in Ukraine. What they miss about imperialism, if we call the United States an empire, is that not all empires are equally bad, and some global problems cannot be solved without the
We also forget, I would expand on this and say, not all empires are equally bad in all regions of the world. There are regions in the world where the US is a far worse empire than Russia. Objectively. There are places in the world that are affected by the United States in a worse way than by Russia. But there are places in the world, and Ukraine is a prime example of that, that are far worse affected by Russia than by the United States. That is also a fact. You have to take that into consideration when discussing these things, right? It's not all the same. It's not all identical across the board, no matter where you live, no matter what your situation is. Does that make sense? There are places in the world, in fact, that are not even affected, that are affected negatively neither by the US nor by Russia. There are places in the world that consider China as their worst threat when it comes to imperialism. Vietnam being a prime example of that. Russia is not worried the most about the United States. Vietnam is not most worried about Russia. It's worried about China.
Of imperial power. US imperial power is the only vehicle for stopping Mr. Putin's aggression. The truth is that the US empire is good and bad, and we need it to be good, and it is good now in Ukraine. While Russian imperialism...
It is not, this video is 2 years old. It is not good in Ukraine anymore. Things have changed since 2 years ago, definitely.
Is, as we have seen, irredeemably nihilistic and caught up in a destructive and self-destructive death spiral. The bottom line is that in denying the agents...
Also, the United States, I would argue, also has entered a self-destructive spiral under Donald Trump. But that's neither here nor there. It doesn't change the argumentation that has been made 2 years ago.
Of other countries in over-exaggerating America's indeed pervasive hand in everything. The leftist heroes of our video end up paying US imperialism a compliment in reverse. In lampooning American power in such a reductionist way, Noam Chomsky and our other heroes fall into the very Americanocentrism they're trying to critique. But that's not a reason to cancel them. So what do we have to say in defense of those we have critiqued? First, many on the left do not share the mistakes of the heroes in this video. Ask a Polish or a Ukrainian.
There you go. Thank you. I'm being asked. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a voice.
Ukrainian leftist about the...
Thank you. Thank you for giving me, the Polish leftist, a voice.
Realities of Mr. Putin's imperialism, and they'll tell you what's up. Second, it would be unhealthy to have nobody in the position that is always opposed to all US war-making. If you support Ukraine, your opponents on the soft on Putin Western left could be your allies another day. 3. The alt-left's warning about collapsing trust in our institutions is valid. And it's healthy if they remind us that, in principle, a correct policy abroad could become wrong if it destabilizes democracy at home. 4. We share a table of politics, and we don't get to win an argument by declaring that we've won it. That said, the left's poor analysis costs. It costs us, it costs our democracy, it costs Ukraine, it costs Eastern Europe, and it even costs Russia. It would be a catastrophe for Eastern Europe and for the West if a part of Eastern Europe were lost to a tyrant sitting atop an imploding empire. Putin threatens our national security, not just Ukraine's, and we need to plan and strategize accordingly. Now, an obvious question coming out of all this is, how on earth did Russia end up in this disastrous place? To understand the cultural and historical journey that got Russia here, watch this video next.
Yeah, I appreciate this person's perspective. Yeah, that was a good thank you, Vladimir. If you're still here, then thank you for this video. Okay, so our path is clear. We know what we're supposed to do. And this is what I'll be doing for the foreseeable future. These are the projects that I'll be focusing on in the near future. Does that make any questions? Do you have any questions for me as I color this piece of art that I've been working on since the start of the stream for a couple of hours now? Any questions? But actually, it wasn't hard for Putin to fool the Western leftists has been dealing with a stupid narrative. Well, it is the job of people like me, as you said, to inform people of the realities of the situation. And I do feel like it is my job to tackle the harmful rhetoric, to explain why it's harmful, to explain what the reality of the situation is, of what the reality of the people here is, and to move people to a more positive direction. I feel like that is actually my job to do. Which is why I will be forming on the Discord a space. I have to get some Discord tech guru to help me out with this, to create a space for the research on this, for the formulation of these arguments, where people can contribute and we can formulate pro-Ukraine arguments for the left wing, because it's important. I feel like it's important, and there are people that already want to participate and help, which is very I'm very grateful for that. And I feel like also people can then move on to participate in the Truck Ukraine project in some capacity, which is also in my opinion quite important when it comes to the support of Ukraine, which is of course my focus. Does that make sense? I guess we've spent a little bit over 3 hours talking about this subject. Thank you very much, Reza. Also, as always, consider going to this page and donating or subscribing, because I'm having some turbulence, sudden financial turbulence. Also, I guess I should add a poll to ask you a thing. What is it? How do I make a poll for you, for all of you? What do I do to make a poll? I want to make a poll, but I don't see. I cannot find the poll option. Oh, there we go. Now it's available. Would you like a little emotional break with a video game? Yes, please. No, keep talking and drawing. Thank you. This is the poll that you're being subjected to right now. Is it visible? Okay, the poll is up. So vote, I guess. Vote. Let me see if there's any votes. 0 votes? You don't believe in democracy, do you? None of you believe in democracy. Let me continue then for now. I have to. Oh yeah, okay. I hope it's not just one vote constituting the 100%. Okay, it's 2 votes now. All right, let's wait for it to be like maybe 4. I'm playing Metro. I would be playing Dead Space. I have to finish the games that I'm playing already. Also, my commissions are open. My commissions are open for artwork. If you like my style of drawing, then remember that my commissions are open. I'm actually doing a commission for fake Alex Kyle Parker, my editor. Oh, there's more than one vote, I think. I believe there's more than one vote now. All right, let's do some gameplay. Save. We're gonna turn off the we're gonna have to pull off the laptop a little bit because once I introduce the capture card into the equation, I'm afraid that the laptop will implode. I'm gonna turn off Clip Studio. That has been turned off, but we'll play a little bit of a game. Excellent. Excellent-moi. 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 Let me see. Oh. Oh wow, thank you. So Shillex for the wait. Whoa, thank you. My goodness, thank you very much. I will do my best to, as fast as possible, to release the first mini historical essay on the Patreon. That is a big Patreon promise that I need to fulfill. I've been working on it, don't worry. Also, Shakespeare is here to help me with the history mini essay about the ghetto, which means that if the history essays with Shakespeare's help will take off and cause an influx of Patreons, then I would of course share that revenue with the contributor, which is Shakespeare. All right. Let's cool the computer a little bit. Let's set up the game. Well, maybe we can make money for your computer. If we do, we should meet up and talk about the mini essay. If you want to help me research for the topic, we can meet up and we can do some work. Because I really want to start recording soon the mini essay. I want to make it into a series.
So that's definitely something that I'm actively working towards. A series on Patreon about the ghetto, all the aspects of the ghetto. Very important subject. I'm waving the computer so that it does not immediately die when I start the capture card, so that it does not immediately implode. All right. Let's do this. Should I wave it around some more? Should I cool it up some more? Let me dead space. This has been a good stream so far. Let's see if Fake Alcohol Parker has uploaded anything. I think he's gone to bed. In the meantime, do you have any questions for me? Any thoughts? Any questions? Any? Oh, this is the book that I'm reading, by the way. Oh, there's a new archive in Estonia? This is interesting. I did not know. I did not know that there was a new archive in Estonia. I was not aware. Okay, I need to make sure that the game actually runs. Oh yeah, and also NVIDIA app. We're gonna run the NVIDIA app first. Okay, so this is ready. It looks good, yeah, from the Jewish ghetto. Like remember when you talk about the yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is, that does seem like a great place to visit, such an archive. That does sound like a good idea. Do some important work. Okay, I just hope that the computer will not implode soon. Okay? So let's play a bit. I have no idea what is happening with that. What is happening with the controls? Moving on the phone. What is happening here? Okay, just okay, no. Technical issues immediately. Immediately I'm having technical issues because of course. Stop. Yes. Yes. God damn. Because I cannot catch a break. Why is the Steam window so small? What is happening? What the hell? Uh, oh. Uh, I don't know what's happening, but I will get to the bottom of it. Has someone pinned me? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Hej, pięknie by było Sedresika nazbierać. Double C badge. I feel like you're talking in some mountain slang. Like, it feels like you're talking in a mountain dialect, which is really funny. Hej, pięknie by było z tego Rosika nazbierać do Polski, pojechać, a potem razem do tych archiwów się wybrać, to by się podobało. That is funny. That is cute. That is very endearing. I like it. It's not a super day-to-day type of Polish, but it sounds very endearing to me. It feels to me like someone from the mountains would speak. Very, very cute. Very cute. But I understand it. So that's it, you can communicate. Can definitely communicate with this. Yeah, dialects are pretty cool. Hello, Incub. Morning is well said. I'm trying to turn on. I've been 3 hours. I've been talking about harmful rhetoric about Ukraine. This stream has been just me talking for 3 hours about harmful rhetoric, and I guess I'm growing a project. Okay, as this is developed into a project, which is interesting. By się człowiek dogadał, to już najważniejsze. Jak mam do tej Polski jechać, to trzeba mieć porządnie polskiego, nauczyć się popytać tu i tam, czy by się jakieś badania albo robota znalazł. Yeah, yeah, that is very cute. That is very nice, nice. I love it. I love this. I'm loving this actually. I'm loving this dialect. Oh, hello. Yeah. I said that, I'm gonna repeat what I told you. I said that I've been talking about harmful rhetoric about Ukraine for the last 3 hours, and that I'm basically starting a project of researching, of explanation to the Western left why certain rhetoric is harmful, why there is no contradiction in being pro-Ukraine and leftist, and how we can move positively from there. Does that make sense? So I'm basically starting a project with people researching these things together with me on the Discord. Yeah, being pro-Ukraine is the leftist position, that's right. And I want to demonstrate that from through comprehensive argumentation and through the deconstruction of harmful anti-Ukrainian rhetoric that you can hear from.
You've got two problems, and we're working on borrowed time here. First, there's no fuel in the engines. Second, the gravity centrifuge is offline, which means there's a couple of trillion tons of rock pulling us down. I need you to get that centrifuge operational. Refuel the main engine and fire it up so I can stabilize the ship's orbit.
Which, yeah. Does that make sense? And then I want to also, for people to support other positive projects surrounding Ukraine, such as Track Ukraine. It should be, but
you know? Like Hassan Pikers and other content creators that are taking a very anti-Ukraine stand. Very, very disappointingly, President Sunday has taken a very anti-Ukraine stance, which is why I have been excommunicated from his community, banned from his Discord. Oh yeah. Plasma energy. Oh yeah, they are perfect. Thank you very much. I will create that space on Discord for the researching, and we can put all that stuff in there. Oh, because I disagree on his notion that Ukraine is a Nazi state run by a Nazi, and that it's a slave state, and that conscription means that Ukraine and Russia are the same. Yeah, I disagree on those notions. And we did not come to an agreement on that. It seems like it. Seems so. Seems so. Which is why I don't want to go on a campaign against President Sunday on any particular content creator. This is not content for me. This is not some beef between creators for me. I want to create a comprehensive model for explaining why being anti-Ukraine is a harmful position. I just want to explain why rhetoric that is anti-Ukrainian is harmful and create a positive direction. Yes, Anastasia has faced some very unfair allegations, and Anastasia has lost a lot in this war. Anastasia is taking great personal risk to try to support her country. It's just ridiculous, the rhetoric that is being spewed against Anastasia, and even in this chat earlier. Vladimir says, really, Lucy, are we going to hear an explanation about that, or in a few years when the leftist taking points are going to change, we'll be hearing no explanations? Well, I just want to create a framework in which people will just see the absurdity of certain argumentation levied against Ukraine. And I think Vlad has made a good argumentation in the video from 2 years ago, which sadly not enough people have watched. Not enough people have watched that video. People desperately need to watch that video, actually, unironically. That is depressing indeed. But what can you do apart from creating positive initiatives that would dispel the false narratives. But yes, that is very discouraging.
Personal log. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. It's been 2 days since they pulled that planet open, since the captain died. The panic, the riots, they were nothing compared with what came after. Our friends, our co-workers, started coming back. Changed, coming back to kill us, drag us away. Rucker disappeared this morning, and I have to assume he's dead. My crew, they're starting to crack. I'm trying to keep an eye on them, but right now I have bigger problems. We're hemorrhaging fuel, and the primary engine is laboring. Danvers and I are going to try to reach the fuel depot to see if we can fix it. Temple out.
All right. Let me see. Also, I have to find a thing where I can upgrade, because I have a few modules which I would like to use to... This is the star. Where's the upgrade bench? Where can I find the upgrade bench? Are there no upgrade benches? Do you know? Vladimir says, just like that, really banned from the community, blacklisted, cancelled and cancelled again, purity tested and labeled as undesirable. Congrats, Lucy, welcome to the club. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's the classic story of us undesirable Slavs. The story is all this time. Wait, where does that elevator lead then? Hold on. Where does the elevator lead? I've got so much ammo. Where does this lead to? I think this is the... Okay, we can move on then. I guess we can move on now. I just want to upgrade my gear. What is this, a grenade? Oh. American, never mind. Uh-oh.
This is Temple. Now the centrifuge is offline. We've got 4 trillion tons of rock hanging off our ass, and without that centrifuge to balance the ship, the gravity tethers will pull us straight down to the colony. I'm heading in there now to see if I can fix it.
There you go. Fix it. Fix it, boy. Bench. Woo. Alright, let's upgrade. What should we upgrade? I'm thinking either damage or hit points, maybe. Although, maybe damage. Okay, now I need more power nodes. Perfect. These things are going pretty well. God, I got so much ammo. Holy crap. That's so much ammunition. Incredible.
Decontamination sequence activated. Please stand by.
Very low. Let's wave on the this computer made overheat and die on me. Okay, I will try to. All right. Resume. Where's the enemy? Audio language. videos lagi ngajian. Credits. There we go.
Decontamination sequence complete.
Complete.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, we're doing it. I need more inventory space.
Entering zero gravity. attached.
Perfect. Wait, I have slowed it down.
Generator module attached. Centrifuge power restored.
Alright, have we done it? Okay, I'm getting confused. Ah, yeah. Now I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with planetary cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there.
Okay,
I
I
don't know how
did.
much time we have left.
That was not smart. That was, I did not, that was, yeah. That was unfortunate on my part. Thank God nobody was here to witness this.
Reestablishing balance with planet.
Thank goodness nobody was here to see this.
Cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there and focus on the engine. I don't know how much time we have left.
What do I? I think I can slow this down. Am I even supposed to go down here? Maybe it's late. It's 6. It's almost 7 a.m. So maybe I should just stop soon and get to work. I did some gaming. I did not a lot of gaming, but I did some gaming. And it feels like the audience is dropping off. Does anybody? Hello. If you're still here, the computer has died. I might as well finish stream. Hold on. Um, oh. Okay, now it's working. But no audio. No audio. Hmm. Oh no, there is audio. Sorry. It was my mistake. Okay, I might as well finish stream now. because it's been a couple of hours and I still have work to do. So I'm gonna raid you to somebody who deserves it. I don't know. I guess Riverboat Jack. All right, I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.